Yeah, I was just looking at this wick on Bitcoin. It looks very similar to the 49K wick back in 24 August. I mean, like, it's got to come back down to test that wick, but I'm like, is it going to do it now or is it going to do it later? And then looking at that August wick, it pumped 33% from 49 to 65, and then about 30 days later, it came back down to test it at 52. We got the same similar pump that would bring us to around 107, 108. And then maybe a retest in January. Uh, Rubio just said a potential call between Zelensky and Trump is possible tonight. I think they're going to try to get a peace deal by Thursday for Thanksgiving. It sounds like it based on what I'm seeing.
Yo, what's going on, family? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Weekly close upcoming. Should have labeled the stream too little, too late. So many imbalances on the way up. And
Did I was just noticing this wick right here that we're doing on BTC. It looks really similar to that 49, 48K wick, where we wicked 33% up to like 65, and then later on, like 30 days later, we came back and tested it at 52.
running up against the clock here is the problem.
So that should take us to like 107 at least. But I don't know what's gonna happen tonight.
Zach is breaking out of that bull flag we were looking at last night. Do an H bar. What'd you guys do to H bar last? Ooh, triple bottom. Hmm. What I don't like is that there's really no vector imbalances on the way up. Every vector drop got reclaimed on the way down. Vector gaps and imbalance left by market maker providing liquidity. Right? Right here, market decides it wants to go long. So market maker provides the liquidity for those long trades. Right? Giving you your green vectors. That means market maker is providing liquidity. As market maker provides liquidity in order to get his money back, he sets short positions at your long entries. You wanted to borrow money, cool, short position. You wanted to borrow money, cool, short. All the way up. Price comes up, market maker steps on the brakes, tests retail to see if they want to continue. If retail does not want to continue or can't continue, then market maker pays himself on all of the shorts. At this point, he's got all the money back that he provided for these trades. The gaps left in those vectors are what we call vector gaps. Right? Same deal here. Everybody decided they wanted to go short on the market. Market maker says, cool, you want to go short? I'll give you the money. And sets long positions on your short entries. As soon as he's done providing liquidity, pays himself on all the shorts. Or all the longs, sorry. Right? Red candles are full of longs, green candles are full of shorts. That's a really rough explanation, but double bottom on Toshi. Double bottom on Tau. Seems like everything that's pumping caught a pretty hard double or triple bottom. Low reaction off the 800 EMA. Daily. I don't know. We'll see. Could this be it? Could this be the beginning of the relief rally? Even if we don't close above the 50, there's still a possibility for a relief rally here. Any relief rally that does not close above the 50, I am treating as a rescue ship. I want to be completely clear about that. Me personally, in the way that I'm attacking it. We get up, but we don't get above that 50, then I'm peeling profits. What's going on, Johnny? Yes, Sirski. That's what we're trying to figure out right now, brother. CME opens in a little bit right after weekly close. Chances of getting to that 50 EMA are very, very, very slim. So I don't know if market maker spends the money, wastes the money if it's not going to be effective. Instead of just staying around CME to at least make sure they close CME. We'll see. At this point, I would prefer they stay around to close CME. The reason I say that is moving up is only going to be bullish for us if we can get above the 50. Like I said yesterday, if we wait too long, then you're talking about a straight line, which is not going to happen, right? Excuse me. So the problem is, if we go make a half-ass attempt for it right now and fail, then price is just going to come back down to the CME close to close the gap. So why even bother? Right? If we're not going to make it, why bother? If we're not going to make it, just come back down now, close CME, and then move. So that any move that we get up doesn't have a massive CME gap underneath it that needs to come back and get refilled. You get what I mean? Like, if we're not, let's just finish our work in this neighborhood before we take off so we don't got to come back. Now, if it was yesterday, I would have said screw CME gap, right? Because we had enough time to do it. Yesterday, I was like, screw CME gap, let's go. We'll close, and then you can come back and get CME if you want, as long as we close above. But that's not going to happen. So, if I was market maker, I would chill out, grab that CME, leave those invalidations for after, and then try to get everybody trading in the same direction. So these are my buys from the other day, from the dip. These are the only alts I bought. Hold on, let me close my screen real quick. So I kept it relatively safe from my buys. I didn't get anything too low. These were just relief rally sort of plays. Jasmine, Sui, Litecoin, Link, Solana, ETH. So far, Sui's the weakest of the lot. Jasmine looks crazy, but this W that everything else took off from is this W on Jasmine. So actually did really well after that. And now it's just consolidating above. Yeah, Sui's been completely like suppressed in my opinion. That's why I'm keeping my eye on it. But all of these have very tight stops below my level 1 entries. Right? I took type 1 entries on all of these. So 1 ATR underneath the right side of the W is where my stop losses are. Let me take a look at stables.
Say we leave the gap, dude. We leave the gap.
Bank deposits continuing to stables continuing to flow back into bank deposits here. Hold on, let me fix this. Stables. So what we're doing is we're following that flow of stables, right? This is stables that are coming from bank deposits into stables or from stables back into the bank. Right? So we have to be very logical about this. We had the big inflow to stables. Then we had a week of flat, which could very well be our top signal. Then we saw we saw stables flow back to the bank. A small lower high of money coming back in. And then now what looks like a continued exodus to the bank. Profit taking. Hard to argue with this. And freaking our dry powder bag, right? So this is all our dry powder collectively. All the stables that are not in positions or not locked. Right? This is the one where, hold on, pull it up. So this is the one that we were talking about that when stables filled up, price would go up, right? Stables filled up, stable supply got to its top level that we've been looking at on the 2-year, then it would spill out, go into assets, Bitcoin would go up. Then as people took profit on Bitcoin, stables would fill back up. When stables got to a full level, they'd get deployed again, Bitcoin would go up, then the stables would come down, stables would go up, Bitcoin would go up. But we didn't reject this time, right? The stablecoin wallet is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, not being redeployed. That's an issue, right? For continuation, that's an issue. You need these stablecoins to be deployed, which means you need this to cut back down. So far, we're not seeing that. So not only are new stables making their way back to the bank, but the stables that are here are sitting in dry powder bags, not being spent. Just to give you an idea, if this is to be just the largest bear trap ever, then what you would expect to see on this chart if this is just the biggest bear trap ever, is the supply of stables coming from the bank taking out these highs. That's what you need to see on this chart specifically. And on this chart, you would need to see those stables then being spent. Once we get those two things, then we can worry about what coin it's going to go into, what alt it's going to go into, what project it's going to go into. Until those two things happen, there's nothing to go into anything. We're recycling internal money. And the internal money that's being recycled is slowing down, meaning stablecoin supply is getting higher, meaning it's not being recycled. Everybody's dry powder is looking chunky right now. I mean, if there is any left.
I say they unleash it all at once.
Unleash the Kraken. Yeah, this is not going to be a good weekly candle, guys. I don't expect some sort of immediate rug pull reaction. Right, like I said, this is going to affect macro investors. Macro investors don't tend to react emotionally or in haste, right? So you could expect that the next pump up, like I said, if that candle closes under every pump up that we have, you can expect it, in my opinion, to be TP'd a little bit harder. Right? Doesn't mean they're just gonna pull at that second. And like, no, you're smart. You're still gonna try to get your money back. I mean, save some really, really bullish news, Parabolic. It's gonna be difficult. It puts us into this situation. Let's be clear, because we've looked at this before. It puts us into go to the weekly. Well, first of all, it puts us into this situation where a lot of these are going to be checked off. Right? Weekly RSI is going to be checked off. Weekly 50 EMA is going to be checked off. Weekly Gaussian channel is going to be checked off. Both log trends broken is going to be checked off. Bull market support bands already checked. Ichimoku support on the 2-week is going to be checked off. 4-year cycle timing is already checked off. CBBI is not over 90, but we don't know if that's even going to happen this time. No greed euphoria. ISM cycle will stay above 56. And the macro structure break doesn't happen until we break underneath 74. Right, so we're in a situation where we have a lot of these broken, not all of them, but a lot of these broken, and it starts to push the scales on the weight, right? But where we are exactly is here. The only difference here is that even on this case, we didn't break. Second, let me clear this up. So even in this case right here, we didn't close 2 weekly candles underneath the 50. We came underneath the 50 a bunch of times, but we closed 1 weekly candle, and the next weekly candle closed over. That's what we were looking for this week to sort of save it, right? But if you look at things like the Gaussian channel, I mean, not Gaussian, I'm sorry, Ichimoku. If you look at the Ichimoku on the 2-week, where the hell did you go? If you look at the Ichimoku on the 2-week, which is one of the metrics that gets checked off today, look how many candles we closed underneath the 2-week baseline. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles, and still popped over, made that new high, right? But like I always tell you guys, we have to invest in the most probable and hedge against the possibilities, right? The most probable is if we close that weekly candle underneath the 50, that's it. That's the most probable. Now, it is possible that it continues going, obviously, right? But the risk that you're taking at that point isn't historically based. So what I'm doing, like I said, to hedge against the to invest in the possible and hedge against the probable. I mean, hedge against the possible and invest in the probable is I'm already short MicroStrategy, right? That was one of my big hedges. But it's the way that my trading style changes after this close. Right? Everything changes about my trading style. My sizing, position sizing, the number of coins that I play at once, how long I hold on to them, right? The fact that I plan on fading every rally back up doesn't mean taking profits and running away and then it keeps going and I missed the, no, it means protecting yourself, right? This pops up and we go test that 50 EMA from underneath. You have to protect yourself. Because if that rejects on the 50, then you're going to be in a world of hurt if there's a big candle that follows, right? Now, protecting yourself might mean different things for different people. Might mean only taking 40%, 50% profit, letting the rest ride. Maybe that's 80%. Maybe it means moving stops up and leaving shit in place. Each person is going to be different. You're going to have to figure that out. But just understand that this is going to look different on the macro with this close. Right? We broke the macro uptrend. Both log trends are broken. 50 EMA will be broken. Gaussian channel, like we just said. This would be your second week under. And again, I'm not saying this isn't meant to make everybody run and sell everything they have, because that's not what macro guys are doing. I mean, that's not what I'm doing, right? As much as I respect the macro, I understand that this means something on the macro. That doesn't mean that price doesn't go up. It just means our expectations for that price going up have to be tempered, right? No longer is the most probable that it makes a new all-time high if it breaks above the 50. Right now, we have to put in the level of most probability a dead cat bounce that gives us a lower high. Right, 116, 108 maybe. There's more. In my opinion, it'd be more than a 1 out of 100 chance, Jug. But the problem is that I can't invest in a 1 in 100 chance. That's gambling, right? That's not what I'm here to do. That's how I'm playing it, Parabolic. The easiest way to put it is that I'm a trader after that second close. More than willing to trade up, more than willing to even trade up with the expectation of getting above all-time high if we see that liquidity come in, if we see those stables go up, if we see the stables that are there start to be spent, if we get more word of a cut coming up, right? If we get that announcement of QT ending in December. I'm not saying there isn't a possibility to go up, but I'm saying for me, I have to hedge myself against the possibility of it just being a lower high, because all of the signals, the entire checklist that I made for myself so that I wouldn't trade emotionally, right? So that I wouldn't make this decision based on how I feel, but instead what I see. Not what could happen, what's about to happen, what has already happened. Right? And unfortunately, we have had 0 bull markets that continued once all of this was checked off. Give me a second. Let me clean this up. I know 50. I know. I know. He's looking at me like you said you were going to come get me, bro. Yeah, give me a second. I'll set it up for you, Dylan, so you can get a decent screenshot. I thought I could make it bigger by stretching it, my bad. Yeah, just screenshot it if you need to. On January 13th, you said?
Yeah, we're right up against that downward trend line that we've been unable to get higher or above since like 107.
Um, I don't see it, but let's see. Maybe I'm missing something. But my spidey senses aren't picking anything up. Maybe they're talking about this. Maybe. I took the whole thing. I took the whole first, second week of January, just in case. I mean, problem is that it just looks like a generic drop, right? Like, yeah, of course. This is what we're talking about, right? When you have a big drop like that, you tend to have a bit of a relief rally. But I don't see anything that like super screams fractal here. Just, the regular anatomy of a drop. But yeah, this is what I was saying. I would expect maybe 108
Yeah, I just got
for
back. What's that fractal from, Dbloc?
a relief rally. December 17th, Anon was asking me in chat. He said somebody was saying that it looked similar. There you go, bro. And remember, these are our average dead cat bounces or our average recoveries off of lick events, right? If this is still a bull market, 75%. Bear market, 74%. Which means as we close this second candle underneath the weekly, this becomes the more viable option here. Which means as we do have a relief rally, I'm looking for an average of 34% on it. Right? The idea of having that 75% rally that takes us back above all-time highs right, becomes a little bit irrational after this weekly close. Not that we haven't seen irrational things happen in the past, right? What I'm trying to do is just give you guys a clear signal of when the macro is pointing in the opposite direction. I will counter trade it to an extent, right? That's the risk that I'm taking because I'm trading liquidity, like I told you guys. But I said at the beginning of this that my main plan was to be able to get everybody that's been here with me from the beginning out of this thing safely. And that's where all of my focus has been. So we've already had 2 levels of de-risking. This close would be the last level. Right? And then that'll bring a culmination to our 4-year journey together. Bit anticlimactic, I know, guys. But don't worry, y'all. The same way that I walked you up this bull market, we're going to walk down that bear market together. And we're going to murder that shit at the bottom. It will be at the close, Tom. It will be at the close. We could go back on yellow path. What I want to be clear about, right? What I want to be clear about is that all that this means is that the moves that we get up from this, from this point, like let's say that, let's go to the weekly chart. Let's assume that at some point this closes next week, maybe we get above the 50 EMA, right? If it's coming like this, we get above the 50 EMA. If that holds, then yeah, we could continue. My point is that this continuation would not be because of the Bitcoin, would not be because of the Bitcoin 4-year cycle. This continuation would be because of the excess liquidity that's left in the system, right? Which means that our motivation for trading it up depends on that liquidity, not the 4-year cycle. The 4-year cycle, in my opinion, has run its route. The reason that I'm still interested long is because rates are getting cheaper, QT is about to end, global liquidity was shut down while the government shut down. Now those pipes are open. There's excess money that needs to come out of the pipe still. And I'm betting that that goes into risk assets before everything turns around. Right? But that's a completely different thing than saying I'm investing because the 4-year cycle isn't over yet. You need to understand the risks that you're taking when you take them. So trading beyond this weekly close, you are trading liquidity. You're not trading the 4-year cycle anymore. You know what I mean? As long as everybody's aware of that and everybody's okay with that, then we all know what we're doing. We're all adults. Then that's cool. But I have a responsibility to the group to let them know when I consider it done on the macro. Just because we've been playing this long trade for so long now. This cycle has been very different, and it'll happen again. The next time that we're in a monetary policy that's restrictive, where the Fed can't print and rates are not at zero, and we're in quantitative tightening, the market will act like this again. The difference is now we know how to play it, right? So we could go back to the beginning of this run with the information that we have now about how Bitcoin operates during quantitative tightening. We would know exactly what we would just buy Bitcoin and sit and not do shit. Def, you got to do all the boring shit we do, like listen to Powell. You know what I mean? Listen to the Fed. Find out what our interest rate, like all the macroeconomic shit that nobody wants to do. That's the important shit because that's what runs the cycle. Right? Bitcoin 4-year cycle runs alongside the global liquidity cycle. Right? M2 goes up, it expands, and then central banks bring the money back in. And then it expands, and then central money brings the bank back in, expands, money comes back into central banks, whatever. This tends to run on a 4-year cycle, the expansion and the contraction, right? Bitcoin goes with it. What I'm arguing is that Bitcoin is coming down on its cycle while liquidity is still pumping. Right? And equities, everything. Equities do this. Everything else is on a larger wave. Right? Real estate is on an 18.6-year cycle, right? So real estate cycle looks like that. Commodities cycle are on a 60-year cycle. So commodity cycles are even broader than that. Yeah, you gotta watch the speeches, bro. You gotta do all the boring shit. There's no escaping it. So I think the fight that we're having between because there's two camps right now, right? There's the 4-year cycle camp that says it's over, going into a bear market. Then there's the liquidity camp that says there's never been a Bitcoin 4-year cycle. It's a liquidity cycle, and it runs off of the liquidity cycle. And it's just happened to always match up. But now that liquidity is in the system, it hasn't been done flowing, there's chances that the Bitcoin 4-year cycle gets extended. Right? My brain is in 4-year cycle is over, it hit to the date. Trust your indicator, don't be an idiot. You got to the 4-year cycle, profit ended, price retraced, you're overthinking it, nothing more to think about. That's what my brain tells me. My heart tells me this shit could keep going. Right? The liquidity is still in it. I mean, it's both brain, actually. There's no heart in it at all. But that's why I'm split, right? So long term, my long term money is going to be treated as if this is over. My short term money, right? My short term scalping bag, that's going to act as if liquidity is continuing. Until that liquidity dries up, I'm not going to stop shooting at reversals. Yeah, I haven't made any decisions. I'm still in Amblo. I'm heavy ETH and Bitcoin right now. But I'm also heavy short MicroStrategy. We watched Global M2 for that, Sersky. Global M2 will let us know when we're starting to dry out. Right? Where are we right now? We are 23rd. We're right here on Global M2. Right? There's one more drawdown in liquidity coming up this week, which is kind of making me nervous for Bitcoin price. And then after that, it's up and to the right. How global liquidity took out the highs that we had. This is why we DCA'd out on the 9th, by the way. right? Global liquidity spiked, massive spike, biggest one we've seen through the whole run, and then had a big drawdown, right? So this is when I was like, guys, we got to think about DCAing or de-risking around the 9th. On the 10th, we got the biggest liquidation event in history, right? Then on the 31st was our second DCA out. If you played my birthday, that birthday liquidity injection, Halloween was your time to get out. The problem is on the 7th, when price recovered, when liquidity recovered, it didn't go back into Bitcoin, right? And we're now divergent. So the argument is that even though Bitcoin now looks like this, while liquidity is going up, the pipelines that bring that liquidity into Bitcoin have been shut down for all of this time during the government shutdown. The argument is as these pipes get opened back up, Bitcoin will grab some of that liquidity and make one last move up, right? That's the argument on the liquidity side. Now, the people that say the 4-year cycle is over, they're like, look, 4-year cycle is a thing of the past. This shit is just going to go up and to the right forever. No bear markets. I can't even entertain that camp because we have absolutely no data showing that that's even a possibility. You know what I mean? Oh, it was just underneath, stuck underneath the chart. Go. But hold on, I'll pull it up for you. Oh no, I took it off. Hold on. And let's put it on candles.
Good evening, everyone.
Going on, Zusi. So here's the BTC price. See how I was saying that after we came out, like it's just straight divergent now. Price going down, liquidity going up.
Not on a zero offset. Bitcoin topped.
I'm answering a question. Zusi, you gotta. I'm answering a direct question from somebody on YouTube. But yeah, that's what it's doing now. How's your day been, Zeus?
Weekend a bit out. Back home. No trading. Looks like we're trying to pump though. But at least this weekend it's trying to go up for the weekly close.
Yeah.
Last week we didn't even try. Let's make a strong sign of strength. Would be nice to see it above 90. I mean, that still wouldn't be a very strong sign of strength, but maybe 95? That could be treated as a sign of strength, yeah. And put a lower low after that, so
Yes, yes,
80.
Sirski. That's the stock market definition of a bear market. 20% quarter after quarter. The reason that that doesn't work for Bitcoin is pretty simple, right? That would mean that this was a bear market. That would mean that this was a bear market. Right? That would mean that this tiny little drop right here was a bear market. That works on legacy. That doesn't work for us. Our bear market is very specific. 4-year cycle, completion, 500 days. The most simple sort of thing that still works to this day is you buy 500 days before the halving and you sell 500 days after the halving. If you want to be absolutely lazy.
And the plus or minus 30 days makes a huge difference because Bitcoin is down, like it lost 1/3 of its value in 30 days. Right? But yeah, no, Dbloc, we're decorrelated from 90 offset money supply, but you know, without looking at offsets, everything is going down since beginning of October. It's not only Bitcoin, you know, so money supply is going down, Bitcoin is going down, the stock market is going down, gold is going down, you know, everything is going down. So yeah, if you look at it with like no offset at all,
But you
money
can't do
supply
that.
seems
That's
to.
cherry picking, and it ignores the reason why an offset exists. The offset doesn't exist because it matches the best. The offset exists because of how long it takes for money to get from central banks into pockets. The velocity of money.
Yeah,
The
but
velocity
people
of money is not
anticipate it,
zero.
and yeah.
The velocity of money isn't zero. Zero offset works for gold because the second that central banks print, they buy gold and then they pass out their dollars. So you get a zero offset, right? The velocity of money to gold is almost instant. The velocity of money to risk assets is significantly slower.
Isn't Bitcoin like gold now, like a
No,
commodity? So why
unfortunately
would
not,
it
or else we
be?
wouldn't be sitting where we're at right now. I think this
No, but it's
year has
really
proved
easy
it.
to buy and sell. You know, it's not like housing or well, even
It's liquid, yeah.
ETFs have delays.
It's liquid, but you still have to you have to get that liquid. That liquid has to be in your pocket for you to spend it.
Yeah, and central banks don't buy Bitcoin.
Mm-mm.
Maybe they do. Wait.
Well, we can expect to see the velocity of money into Bitcoin speed up as Bitcoin starts to take that sort of hold, but we don't see that now.
In any case, you know, it might be coincidence, but they both topped at the same time, roughly a few days.
It's not coincidence at all. It's the fact that I said our pipelines got shut down. Because the
So that's why money
money
supply also
flows
is going
through the
down.
government. Money flows through the government. If the government is shut down, then the pipes that bring that money to people are shut down. Right? And
So there's a catch up to the offset.
if our government has been shut down, I mean just it doesn't even take TA. Just look if you just look at the chart and you see when our government shutdown was and what happened to Bitcoin price, and you can throw any equity on here, any asset, it all had the same drain. And sometimes you do so much damage that it's not recoverable.
So that's what broke the correlation, the 95%
Exactly.
correlation with an offset, right?
Exactly. Because the money
Because
continued to
without
flow.
offset, they are pretty correlated currently.
The money
They're like
continued to
4 or
flow.
5%
It just
correlated.
didn't flow into risk assets. Well, it flowed into gold and silver, and then it stopped flowing. That was the last inflow that we got.
Yeah, a week later it went into gold. Yeah.
Bitcoin ATH'd, then gold and silver ATH'd, then the money dried up.
For your. Any news from Ukraine? We need something bullish for
From
Bitcoin
what
to
you
give
said?
us, I don't know, a peace in Ukraine, or I
Oh
don't know,
no,
any good news going on out there, or still not? Probably not, no.
no.
I don't know.
Everybody still hates each other.
We need a reason to play buy, to press buy.
I'm already
Nvidia
in.
earnings wasn't enough. No, no, well, not me, not us. I mean, now,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, for something to bring sentiment up. Or...
The 3 trades like I was talking about yesterday. Aware of what, Crunch Time? I missed your first. I think I missed your first message. At this point, I hope it is. At this point, I don't want to go too far from CME. You would have asked me yesterday, I'd say let's go parabolic, screw CME, we'll come back and get it. But being this close, I'd rather close it now. Because we are going to sweep, in my opinion, through these liquidations. I don't want to have to come back for CME. Right? If we're not going to get the close above the weekly 50 anyways, then it's not worth it. So let's come back. Good little market participants. Close CME. And then we can sweep and have some fun and figure out where this is going to end up.
It could happen on Tuesday too, probability-wise, right? Either we're going to do it quickly after CME opens, right? Timing-wise, or I think it could wait for Tuesday too.
Possible, but I think they're going to come close CME right now. It'll take them about as long as it takes for CME to open to get down to those levels. So our target for CME is right here in both time and price.
I wouldn't buy it though, personally. Yeah. It's just a CME gap, people.
Aren't you already in?
Not really.
Crunch time, what were you asking about?
What is this? How can you not really be in? You're either in or you're out. What you talking about?
Susie's in.
I'm in, but I'm less. Well, I have less money to play with on leverage, so I'm in. But honestly, not really in. Gotta scalp a bit to remake some money.
Yeah, Dustin, we're not far away. That's why I say let's just knock it out now. It makes no sense to leave unfinished business if we don't have to. We're already going to have a hard enough time pumping against sentiment, right? Last thing we need is everybody trading towards a CME gap underneath us.
We need that Dbloc short squeeze, right?
I think all we need to do is roll with the punches. Stick a
I
move,
think
stick
about
a move.
yeah. There's like a 2% down move to the CME gap, right?
It's nothing, bro. It's right there. There's literally nothing. That's going to hurt a lot worse if we pop up above 90, 95, and then have to come all the way back down. Sentiment is going to get... If I'm trading against trend and I'm trading against macro sentiment, then I need to harvest as much short-term sentiment as possible. And to do that, we need to stack W's. We can't just keep taking L's. Right? If you want people to get excited, we need to just start getting some wins.
It's just that if the idea is to liquidate the shorts on your chart, then why not
And
also
close the
combine
vector
that?
gaps.
Yeah, I'm like, why wouldn't you try to combine that with bearish orders you're expecting to enter because of a CME gap?
You mean?
On top of liquidating late shorters, you would also get the smaller time frame players who want to fill the gap.
Yeah, but I mean, this shit is full
They're
up
gonna
to the
open
top
shorts at 1
already.
a.m., right? They're gonna open shorts right after the weekly close.
I think most of the harvesting is done at this point. They just need to go get it.
Yeah, well, we'll probably get both. Down to CME gap, up to get more shorts. Maybe sideways week this week, no? Can't we just range between 80 and 90k a bit?
Anything could happen.
But after a sharp decline like this, having a wide range at lows I think is more likely than breaking out up or breaking down another level. Because breaking down another level means going to like the 60K area, the previous all-time high from 21, right? That seems a bit extreme, so I guess. Yeah, and then recovering, well, we don't even have a strength in the chart, you know, it's like really a strong down move, so I don't really see it, like it's a bit too soon to really recover for good, right? Unless there's like some news, manipulation out there, I don't know, peace in Ukraine, or you know. But just technically, it needs time to build a reversal structure, show us some strength, you know, maybe pump to 95, then come back down, put a double bottom, or put a high low, or I don't know, it's gonna need time, yeah. I feel like it's gonna need time. And we, like you said, we don't have time, right? But Bitcoin doesn't care. Can take its time.
That rush against the clock for me is over today, guys.
Yeah,
The
so
time
now,
pressure finishes today if we close underneath. After that, I'm trading momentum with the idea that we are macro bearish. That's how I'm
momentum
continuing
is, you know,
forward.
is still very strong to the downside on like a 4-hour.
Depends on what time you're trading on, yeah. Give me a second. Let me grab my coffee. Smell it. Killing me. All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, without Wall Street, Bitcoin, like, just wants to slowly grind up, it seems, after having dumped. People get back in, and without the big players from CME Open, it seems like it's able to pump during a weekend on low volume and all, but that's cool.
Alright, I'm back. Chipperton said, just got word from a source, 100K coming today. That source might be short, bro. Careful. That source might be heavy short.
Is the idea how Bitcoin wants to climb up when there's no Wall Street, BlackRock, ETF, or this or that?
We had pretty decent inflows today for the first time in a couple weeks. Yeah.
Today?
No, on Friday.
On Friday? Oh, okay. Yeah.
So everybody's trying to
Yeah,
see if it's going to be a spillover, right? Like, this is Monday a continuation of that, or I don't doubt it, Dustin. I don't doubt they give us that close. I mean, I don't doubt they give us that move above the 50, but too late. Right? That was one of my bigger concerns this week when we were talking about it.
Bitcoin crashed another level on Friday, but Legacy ended up green, so it was a green day on Green Friday, Green Monday, and then reversal 3 days down, right?
I've given that a lot of thought, Chip. I've gone through all of the indicators that didn't trigger, that usually trigger, and it makes sense when you kind of look at it, right? Anything based off volume didn't trigger because we didn't have that retail influx at the end, right? Anything based off small wallets getting larger than large wallets, that ratio didn't trigger. Anything based off euphoria or social search metrics didn't trigger. And unfortunately, a lot of the indicators that we use for top signals were based on those things. Because one thing that we always got at the end was that influx of retail that just pressed the buy button no matter what. But with no quantitative easing and a lack of funds, and then the funds that are around being spent by retail on gambling sites and prediction markets, which saw record inflows this year, then it all starts to make sense. go to CoinGlass right now, you can see not one of them is triggered. The problem is if you don't give it much thought and you just act deterministically off that, then you can get yourself into problems. Where is it? It's around here. I could never find this shit when I need it.
You know, the next upward move we're gonna be able to see on the daily could could end up being I think it's likely that it's the last up move before we touch the weekly 200, right? That's currently at 66. Like, yeah, it's gonna be important not to miss that one, right? And it doesn't have to start from here, but would make sense somewhere around here. Maybe we can even break it a bit, right? Let's have the wicks touch. Because when you lose your 50, you look for the 200, and now that Bitcoin lost the 50 on the weekly, I bet you look for the 200. So the first touch on the 200, I think, is going to be a nice bounce. So that's a buy. Same stuff to sell. A buy to sell, not to hold, right? And then once you below the weekly 200, but it's accumulation time already, right? No, it's probably gonna go much lower and all, but if you're below the weekly 200, time to buy, not to sell.
For you, not financial advice, right?
Right. Yeah, but you know, like it's 100 weeks, it's 4 years, right? So you're starting to trade below the average price of the last 4 years. Well, it's more like time to think about accumulation than anything else, right? Oh, we spent a whole year below the 200 EMA last time, right? So EMA last time, so there's time to buy.
Probably a good time to pull up the psychology of the market chart. It's important to look at this, guys, because this is a psychology you're going to be going through right now. I want you to pay attention to complacency, because I can hear a lot of you guys feeling this right now. We just need to cool off for the next rally. Right? Then comes anxiety. Why am I getting margin called? The dip is taking longer than expected. Some might already be in anxiety. Then denial. Right? You start making deals with yourself. My investments are with great companies. They'll come back. What you don't want to wait is till you get into panic. You know?
I'm already in depression. Damn.
I wish. I wish we were already down here.
Yeah, Dbloc, I brought this chart up like a week ago, I think, and I was thinking we were in complacency. I feel like we're closer into anxiety and denial at this point. Maybe even we already experienced panic.
No, you haven't seen panic yet. Just wait. That 10-10 candle that you saw on Bitcoin specifically, not the others, is nothing compared to what panic brings, capitulation specifically. I just hear a lot of people saying it just needs to cool off. And the reason that I have that checklist, the reason that I make it mechanical, the reason that I take all emotion out of it is so that I don't fall into that trap. Very easy to fall into that trap.
It needs to cool off to be able to dump again, right? That's what we're doing this weekend. That's what it does by being able to go sideways a bit and then take, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. But sometimes you get a bit of sideways, it cools off, and then
Mr. Mini says that YouTube chat goes through that cycle once a week. It's true. This isn't just so that cycle isn't just a bull market cycle. That cycle is, you can see that within your trade, right? One trade, right? You buy this W, you go through all the way through those cycles until it comes all the way down on a smaller scale. Definitely.
So is the 4-year cycle broken?
No. No, if that was the top, the 4-year cycle is very healthy. Scarily so.
I'm on Furley though.
No. Indicator told you got, actually, it's probably a couple of weeks late from the very, very top as far as when the indicator went off, right?
Yeah, compared to
When the
the
4-year
halving,
cycle
okay,
drop was.
but
Just like it did here.
no, it's just, last cycle we topped in November, so this time it was beginning of October. So
Remember, there's uneven numbers and dates. You got to do it by time. You got to do it by day to day.
time around halving,
So anybody says that anybody that says the 4-year cycle is broken, you can just pull up your indicator that's in the Discord and have them take a look and tell you broken where. If we put in a new high, right? If it extends, then people can say, then yeah, it was an extended cycle. But for it to be broken, we would have to get down to the bear market and not take off within a year. Right? Nowhere does it say that the 4-year cycle means that there has to be exactly this many days of up. It's the whole thing, bear and bull. Which means if you go longer in the bear by a month, but you go shorter in the bull by a month, then it's not broken. Right? If you go longer by 3 months in the bull and you go shorter by 3 months in the bear, then it's right on time. You've just adjusted the bearish and the bullish cycles, which was my argument. Hardcore believer in the 4-year cycle. Not for 1 second that I think this would be broken. My argument was that if we have an extended cycle and we get 1 month higher high, then I expect for them to shave 1 month off of the bear market.
Would that equate to not going as low
Yeah.
in that instance?
Either not going as low or not going sideways for as long. Like during the bear market, we hit bottoms and then we tend to go sideways for a month, 2 months, 3 months, while everybody thinks crypto's dead. Nobody wants to buy, right? But if institutions are in and they're going to be buying Bitcoin when it gets low, then we probably won't have to do that much convincing during this bear market that crypto's not dead. So I would expect that those sideways months get shaved off. That's sort of where my mentality was. Shave 1 or 2 months off of the sideways months because we're not going to need to convince people it's already being adopted. And then add 1 or 2 months of an extension to the top. Yeah, I would, Luke. If we get a new Fed chair and they go heavy in the first, second quarter 2026, it had to be more than a rally though. You'd have to take out the highs. Because we have bear market rallies all the time. We've had really impressive bear market rallies before. But unless it takes out the highs, then I wouldn't consider it over. If we took off Q2 of 2026, took out the highs and kept going, then yeah, I'd have to say the 4-year cycle that was at that point broken because we didn't get the 4 full years of bear. I mean the full year of bear, or the full, bear retracement, I should say.
A third, roughly a third of the bear market is already in the chart, right? Yeah, roughly a third. Like you're gonna get this big drop 3 times, overall.
We'll see. Wait for this to close, and then my focus will be on my long-term focus will move towards bear market bottoms, sniping out exactly where we can get ready to load up at. I'm just hoping for a nice healthy push here, so that if you do decide that you want, that it's time to de-risk, that you can add a little bit extra gains to your, or if you're underwater, that you can shave some of that percentage off.
Buy more on the next dip.
Not financial advice. Yeah, that's the target for CME, son. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. Yeah, like I said, I'm not expecting traders to run and make rash decisions, right? The macro is the macro. The macro doesn't control the daily, the weekly. So as we move up, or the 4 hour and the daily, as we move up, it just changes the overall, the underlying, in my opinion, to me, goal of the trade. Right? While we're in bull markets that have the possibility of being extended, that meet all the metrics, my concentration is in accumulating coin. Right? I'm trying to accumulate as many coins as I can to sell them off at the top. When those metrics hit and we go bearish, my goal is to accumulate fiat. Right? Stack as much dry powder as possible. So it just changes the thesis for my trade. I'm still long, will still be going long. Just risk metrics change. My short on MicroStrategy is going to cover any of my screw ups when it comes to going long, so I'm not stressing that out. But I've already got myself hedged. If MSTR moons, then my Bitcoin position moons with it. MSTR moons, it's because Bitcoin went crazy, so I'm hedged against that too.
If it moons, it'll come back down after, right? So.
I'll show you why I'm not worried. I revenge shorted this, by the way. I can be honest about that now that it played out. But I revenge shorted this for not hitting that measured move on that bull flag. But the reason I'm all right with holding it is that we would have to pop up all the way to 457 to invalidate this M pattern. And we're at $1.70, right? So chances are, before it just pisses me off again.
What's the purple line on your chart?
800 EMA.
800 now. Damn, my correct strategy is at the weekly 200 already? Almost? There? Wow.
Daily, 800.
Yeah, so it's roughly the weekly 200. Huh?
Oh, I didn't
it's
even
the
say
4-day.
Yeah.
It's the 4-day 200. Yeah. That chart might have touched the weekly 200.
Well, we're underneath the macro SR flip, which is a big deal. Yeah, and it's underneath the weekly 200.
So it's like a leverage play on Bitcoin to play
Yeah.
MicroStrategy. It's even more volatile, right?
On the way up and on the way down. I expect this to unwind a lot harder than Bitcoin.
There's a beautiful ABC there. That white line you have at the neckline of your M pattern, if it reclaims that, yeah, but we're too far below it currently. But Ah, we see better like this.
Yeah.
Okay, very different chart.
See the big gap coming down to the 800. That's what I'm shooting for.
That's like Bitcoin below 69, right?
Measured move is ridiculous.
Negative, minus 42.
Yeah.
Bitty person.
But like I said, I'm just shooting for the bottom of this range. Let's take us into the gap.
It's around 50k, no? Low 60s.
Also broke the log uptrend.
Like, like Bitcoin, no?
I got rid of all my XPL, Brian. I got rid of anything that's that low. Market cap. Zek. You still pushing? Did we get that yet? Not yet. Not yet. Looked like it was going for that second measured move there for a second. Could still be. It's just hugging the 50 here on the 15-minute. But good buys yesterday. But this shit was such an exercise in patience. When this was popping up and I was like, if it breaks 587, it's going to go to 515. I'm interested underneath 515, but not till then. That was a long wait, bro. A long wait, and it kind of looked like we weren't going to get it for a second because of this big-ass M pattern here. McDonald's pattern. H bar still doing its thing. Yeah, you and everybody else, bro. Everybody wants to short Zach.
Dude, it's been a good weekend. We totally needed this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Take what I
Dude,
can get,
we just
right?
needed to stick and hold.
All the shorting whales are like, okay, I'll let them have 24 hours to play around before we kick them in the face.
I'm assuming most people have reduced the amount of their holdings, right? Meaning like There's nobody here that's still holding like 20 coins, right? No judgment,
No
judgment
way.
free zone. I'm just asking.
I'll stay silent.
It's
I just won't say anything. I'm holding more than 20 coins.
As soon as Dom became unpredictable, or I don't want to say unpredictable is the word, but like wanting to retrace to the upside, I reduced to link, or I'm sorry, I reduced to one coin back in the summer. I just couldn't handle. I couldn't get out. I couldn't put enough stops in. I couldn't get out of coins quick enough. It was too much for me personally.
it is. It's not even just it's too much. It is too much. It's impossible to manage. With the volatility we were having, it's really, really hard to actively manage 20 positions. But the reason that I said it was anybody that has sort of consolidated in their portfolio into smaller, not smaller positions, but into smaller amount of coins. You notice how much nicer your portfolio moves when things go up? Like if you're sitting on 2 or 3 coins right now, when things go up, you can feel the whole portfolio rise, right? When you're sitting on 20 positions and like 3 of them go up and the rest of them stay flat and 4 of them drop, it's like your individual position, you look, oh, I'm up 30%, that looks great. But when you look at the whole portfolio, like barely moving.
Dude, I have a theory that each coin you have is a direct relationship, proportional relationship to your stress.
Funny.
I feel like cleaning up my portfolio and making it simpler has reduced off-screen stress. And I know people say, well, if you're stressing, then you're in over your head. No, it's not. It's not a stress thing of money loss. It's a stress thing of being in control. And it's hard on Coinbase because the way that they show you your loss, like I know I talked about this before, it's misleading. So it's really, you have to like almost use another tool to track your trades to get an exact um, loss or gain value.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still holding way too many coins. Should have listened to you, Dbloc, but it is. It's one of these things I'm learning from, but I
It's
move
very
things around.
stressful, man.
It's
Very,
super
very
stressful.
stressful.
But again, worked on stress a lot of things, and I'm just not much I can do at certain times. There are, but I still can't just like I don't like sell for a loss. So it's one of those weird things I still haven't incorporated into my life yet, is being able to do that.
Mendy, I'm not in Esther.
The only one I do it with is Doge when I'm repositioning weird times and stuff. You know what I mean?
Y'all have made me a better trader, though. I could tell you that. I mean, I give a lot of credit to Dbloc because he kicked it all off, but there's other people I learned from too, and I'm just a better trader because of it. Not perfect, got a lot to learn, but thank God.
It should only get better, man. It only
Well,
get
I'm
better.
still following my principles. If it goes lower, buy more. So I'm still sticking to those principles, but I'm just wondering if it's going to work out this cycle. I don't know.
Well, that's, there is a time when things start to go low and they just keep going lower. Like the don't trip by the dip has its limitations, which is why we pay
Especially
attention to everything that I've been, this is why it's important to know when things have been confirmed or not, because you got to switch that mentality in your head. Like I said, my biggest switch is switching from accumulation of coin to accumulation of fiat. Trading doesn't stop. The end goal stops. During the bull market, all I care about is more coin. I don't care what my dollar amount says. I've got more coin than I did yesterday. Cool, I'm happy. That's with the understanding that price is going to go up and give me an exit. As things shift, I'm concentrating on stacking dry powder, right? Which means fading rallies, locking in stops, making sure not to give anything back. Because the only thing that's going to matter at the bottom of the bear market is how much dry powder you have. That's it. That's going to be the difference between a great next bull market or a mediocre next bull market. You know?
You know what? Like sometimes it's hard to judge yourself. Like I give myself a really hard time because I'm not in the profit that I thought that I was going to be in. And yet, if you look at it from a different angle, you can still classify yourself as a decent trader if you manage to reduce the amount of loss in a market like we had.
Of course.
And I yeah.
Yeah. People need to respect protecting your purchasing power as much as they respect taking profit. It's the same thing. Sometimes I say take profit, and people are like, what profits? Is your position worth zero? Because if your position isn't worth zero, then there's purchasing power there that needs to be protected. Right? If you started with 10K and you're at 7K and you're killing yourself because you lost 3K, well, get ready to kill yourself because you lost 4 and 5 and 6. You know what I mean? If you don't protect that purchasing power. The bear market heals all wounds, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you step into it knowing what your strategy is, that you're not going to get wounded, because even if you lose that power, you're like you already kind of thought of that scenario and you're like, hey, I might lose my, but I'm that I believe in, you know. So I think that's important too.
Yeah, I mean, but the 10th, for example, man. So I de-risked at the top before that huge thing on the 10th, but I didn't
Well
de-risk
done.
all.
But just think of if you hadn't de-risked at all.
Like, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that 25% portfolio at the rate that it went down that speed, there's no rule or strategy that I could have had to prevent that, because I thought that I was being cute by reducing 75% of my portfolio up there. But that 25% was a huge hit, dude. That was like value wise was like a lot.
Yeah, but you had 75% to get yourself out of that hole in Link, remember? If you
Yeah, yeah,
hadn't had
yeah.
that 75%, what would the port look like right now?
It would I would be I
Devastated.
don't think I could have recovered.
No,
I
you'd be
think I would have
devastated.
I probably would have quit. I'd be honest with you.
So it's important at the
Well,
end of this bull market, instead of looking at it like, how did I do compared to how I thought we were gonna do? It should be harm reduction, right? How bad did I get hurt after everybody got wiped? Because think for a second for the people who were 75% of their portfolio in leverage, or 90% of their portfolio in leverage, or 100% of their portfolio in leverage. So if you want to put yourself in how good of a trader am I compared to you know, compared to my workmates,
Yep.
then it starts to feel a little different. And you hate to do
And
that,
there was a
right? You don't want you don't want to use other people's shit to make you feel better. But I mean, you have to just look at it honestly. How bad could it have been? What did I get away with? What lessons did I learn? You know.
I mean, you could also look at the companies. Like, there's this one company, they're down, I think, $6 billion in the hole, and today they just bought, I think it was $80 million worth of Bitcoin. So it's like, all right, they're in the hole, and of course they got insurance policies, not the same as having a personal
and tons of money, and it's not their money,
financial issue, but
and the kids still get to eat, and the bills
but
are going to
no,
be paid. You know,
well that's how I think that's how everybody should approach their trade though. The same
not
way, and
everybody
it's like,
has
all
those
right,
funds though.
I should be able to weather it
Not
like a
everybody can.
financial institution weathers
Not
things.
everybody can give back a
It's
whole
about
bull
splitting
market
your
though.
funds though.
I don't know. You know how I feel about compounding. So
But that means you know, if you approach it knowing you make copy or whatever.
you're breaking up, Drew.
Yeah,
Your
Drew,
mic's
you're
breaking up a little bit.
roboting a little bit.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Get off the free Obama phone. I'm just kidding. Remember the Obama phone?
Compounding is the most powerful tool that we have in trading. Compound interest and compounding in general. So for me personally, losing the opportunity to turn 1 Bitcoin into 3 Bitcoin by selling and buying back isn't worth the security of not getting rid of that Bitcoin. I've never been a hold through the bear market guy personally.
I mean, isn't that what we're all here for? Because you don't need to be here. I mean, as much as I like chatting with you all, like if you want to buy low and just run away and come back when the market cycle's over,
Oh, you could
great.
have a
Then you're not
way less
trading.
stressful. Yeah, you could have a way less stressful life, bro. If you just want to invest, like seriously, just grab my indicator, throw it on the weekly, come back and hang out whenever you want for shits and giggles. But yeah, it is, Dustin. I talk about that all the time. Like I treat specific trades as businesses, right? Like my Solana trade is a business. It has a purpose, right? That money is meant to go somewhere, right? So as a business, you also have inventory, right? The coins that you're holding, inventory, the purchasing power that you have is your budget for your business. These things need to be balanced.
You got about an hour left to do about a 14% candle. Oh, no, we got 2 hours actually. Never mind. I'm thinking we're on the wrong
Oh,
time
we
zone.
got plenty of time then. You heard the man, market maker. Let's get it. Bro, I can't even tell you what the rest of the day would look like if we were to close above that 50, bro.
Dude, all we gotta do is do the exact same thing we did on 1010.
I might order a
Just run.
bouncy house for the front yard. I'll live stream Dbloc in a bouncy house if we get to that 50.
What was that 1010 drop? I feel like it was like 15% on the daily.
For Bitcoin, I think it
Could
was
be bigger than
19
1010.
at the worst.
Oh, forget that bullish idea. It biases people. But challenge. What's the challenge then for the weekly close here? Above 85, yeah, that would be good. Maybe above the bear market logarithmic angular. 92 would be enough, but 88 is like potential SR. Right?
Rubio said after the Ukraine meeting that Trump and Zelensky may get on the phone tonight. Trump might pull out a walk. I think they're trying to get that peace deal before Thursday, before Thanksgiving.
They are.
We reached this buy zone, so it makes sense that Trump tries to manipulate Bitcoin again, because it's what he did Well, we pumped from 80 to 95. Just another tweet from Trump. Gave it all back though, after.
We close that smaller vector gap. I don't trust it. I still think they're going to whip this thing around the close CME here shortly. But I'd be happy to be wrong.
CBK, I think it was 2nd of March. Yeah, on a Sunday. Sunday, 2nd of March, there was a Trump event. So yeah, we've seen a Bitcoin pump 10%, 10% on a Trump manipulation, taco trade or whatever. Well, inverse taco trade. How do you call the inverse of taco? It's not Trump chickens out, it's Trump fools you out, or the opposite of taco.
Yo, is that green line a 4-hour trend line?
This one on the way down?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's more probably. Daily even. That's the drop from 107. Nice. This looks bullish, guys. Don't let macro affect the micro. Right? Even if today can end up being a bearish macro day, doesn't mean that we still don't have a relief rally ahead of us that we're expecting here eventually.
Some bigger orders coming through. That one's just like 450 and then 150. BTC is a bigger.
Bulls are going long heavy here. It'll be seen as a failure chip. It's all about where the candle opens and closes.
At least the weekly candlestick pattern shows a reaction now at 80K, right?
Yeah.
That's something. To start building a reversal pattern, you know, the first step is to kind of put a bullish candlestick pattern and then you know, or maybe explode a wick and then reverse.
I just want to make sure that you're careful not to fall in love with the relief rally.
But we need a up, down, up move. I guess you have it a bit here. Like if we drop below 85, then oh, maybe the relief rally is over. But you would barely call it a relief rally, you know? Too small.
Yeah, now we need to get above 100K, 105, 108.
Wouldn't like 90, a little bit above 90 be enough to put a topping structure there? But you need to spend some time there, right? And,
It would be one of
not
the
just,
smallest relief rallies that we've had. But again, not saying it's not possible.
if we spend a month now here, why is I'll basically keep it high for Christmas.
Tax loss harvesting is coming around the way too. Guys, don't give up the opportunity to claim some losses. We've talked about wash sales in here often. Right? If you have an L, in my opinion, what I like to do is lock it in.
Oh, it's risky shorting into the weekly close like this. Yeah, the double top at 88. I think some people, yeah, like you said, some people went breakout long, but overall it's more like a short entry than a breakout long one because we are in a strong downtrend, and it looks like some people TP'd 88 on the 1 minute, but it's risky stuff, huh? Because it's
Chip, all a wash sale means is, let's say you have 100K Doge, right? You have 100,000 Doge, and price is now at 15. Your 100,000 Doge here was worth, just random numbers, say 10K. Now you're sitting at 7K, right? In dollar amount. If you sell your 100,000 Doge, this is not financial advice, this is just a definition of a wash sale. If you sell your 100,000 Doge for that 7K and take that negative 3K loss and buy back 100,000 Doge, right back, then you haven't lost a single Doge, but you've locked in a $3,000 tax credit. Right? When you go to pay taxes, you can take that 3K off of what you earned without losing any coin. So the only thing that changes is your negative fiat value in your account. This is twofold. Psychologically, it removes that negative off of your portfolio, so you don't have to stare at it. And you get a better entry, right? Your
40s, 30s, 20s, all the way down here.
Your average then becomes lower. You get what I mean? So now instead of having an average way up here, you've got an average down here. You're in the money sooner. You've locked in those 3K, and you haven't lost any coin.
Now, the worst time to do it is when you do it and it doesn't, you can't buy it back and it runs away on you.
Well, you can't wait. If you're doing a wash, if you're doing a wash sale, don't turn it into a trade. If the point of it is a wash sale, you sell it, you buy it, you sell it, and you buy it back before price moves.
We can't do it instantly. I mean, it costs quite a bit
you're
to
gonna
do
have
that with 100,000 Doge.
You're gonna have less when you buy back, but you have to know that you have to calculate that
Well,
too,
do it on the
because
up, do it
transaction
on the
fees and all
uptrend
Just
that.
wait,
then.
wait for
Use
it to
your
go down for a little
trading
bit and buy
skills and
back
do it
in.
on the uptrend.
Those are the only one I do it with. Everything else I just keep buying lower. Just keep buying lower.
Dangerous game.
I don't know what's to play out of it. I'm still just patiently waiting. So that's why I'm like, oh.
I'm sorry you feel like that, Chip. That'll change once you get better.
Yeah, Doge on this last cycle, I've been doing it all the way up since I bought back in like 42. And I dropped in the 30s. I was like 37. Up from there down to 34, all the way to the high 20s. Pretty much that same thing. So taxes, I bet I won't owe much this year. It'll be a good one.
Even if you don't owe anything this year, it locks it in for future years.
Yeah,
It
that's
rolls
what you were
over.
telling me earlier. And that's why I was like, biggity bam. The future years of what I can put in this year will last, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it won't be legal for long, Brian. It's already illegal on Legacy. You can't do that on Legacy. There's a grace period. You have to wait for it to count. In crypto, there's no grace period. So, one of the regulations that come through, I would 1000% expect to be no wash sales eventually. Yeah, that's why we got to use all the tools we have, Brian. This game is meant to be extractionary, right? But the business laws and the rules that we have in this country, since it is business focused, are meant to keep those from affecting their friends as much, right? So if we don't use the tools that are available, then we're gonna end up getting what everybody else is getting, which is shitted on. We can sit and rail about it and be like, oh, this government doesn't care about individuals, only cares about business, da da da. Or you can become a business and take advantage. There's two very separate arguments that I think people get caught up on. And the majority of arguments come to this. It doesn't matter what the topic is, but it's how the world should be and how the world is. You guys want to argue about how the world should be? We could do that all day. But it doesn't change how the world is. And all the raging against the machine and waving your fist in the air and all that isn't going to change the way the world is. Right? super chat.
Block, is it time to sell? Has the bear market started? Can
What's
we
going
hold
on,
the thru
RH?
PLS?
Well, we should have already been de-risking RH. We don't like to wait till the last minute. And I can't tell you because that would be complete financial advice, but I will definitely look at SUI for you. Let's look at SUI on a naked chart. So, consolidation after the dip, right? My stop is still somewhere down here. Haven't done really much but consolidate here after we drop. We've got our visible range. Right? Had a small deviation out from underneath. If we look at our VPVR, which I don't have here for some reason. Paste. What the hell? Give me a second. So if you look at the VPVR, right, we've got that big gap here, which is why I took the trade to shoot for like 160. But we haven't popped out just yet. W pattern, waiting for the breakout. Right. Regular, clean, little W. That would take you up through your first high volume node. It's the first area of interest here to break. Second area of interest would be our second high volume node. The gaps between them are where I expect the fast moves to come. Right, we can break out. This should be a quick move, and then some sort of consolidation, and then that should be a quick move. Or at least that's what I'm playing. And that would take us to grab these vectors. There are two large vector ranges right inside of the volume gaps, basically. That's what I'm looking at, RH, for my current trade. We'll worry about everything else after. Right? Another big gap, obviously. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Because Bitcoin's still controlling the motion. Bitcoin's still controlling the motion of the ocean. You're welcome, brother. Appreciate the super chat, bro. Closing in on CME open time. Office is way too dark right now. There we go. That's better.
I'm starting to see signs of disbelief. When you get people going, I want this pump to stop, then like it's so funny because we felt that way in the bull run when it was dumping. It's like I wish this dumping would stop. It's interesting. The psychology never ceases to entertain.
Yeah. Nah, I'm long bugs, but I do think we come down to CME close before we get this measured move. I'm looking for them to pull at CME, retest that break of the W, and then move up towards 90 to squeeze these shorts. Oh, okay.
No, I'm long. But I'm not long for very long.
Yo, man, I'm getting pretty hyped. These jets and aircrafts are getting pretty cheap.
What you thinking about?
They're like, those personal drones I've been talking about the last like 5, 6 years. I'm always like super hyped about them.
Yeah.
Well, it's finally getting close. Like, I think it's around 140, 130K. They were like 300, 400, half a milli.
Would you really
But
get
they're
in
getting
one of
pretty cheap, and
those
they're gonna be.
on your own though? Like you
Yeah, no,
driving?
I'm getting one, dude.
Crazy.
Yep, I'm gonna get one. Dude, straight
You're
up.
wild, bro.
2027. Watch me. That's when it's set for orders, and I'm gonna try to hopefully order by the end of 2026.
That'd be a crazy live stream from inside. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
From inside your flying
Dude, just
drone.
check out some of their stuff, man. On YouTube, Jetson One, it's called. It's pretty dope.
I want to be clear. Like, if you didn't like, I don't want to. I don't want to shame, but if you're like worried that we're still gonna go lower and you didn't take that 8% pump on alts, then you have no room to complain. That was beautiful since Friday. I just 8%. That's in this environment. If you can get 8% on your alt, wow, wow, wee, whoa.
I mean, there's some odds that ran 80%, 70%.
I know, but I'm talking just, normal average, like something like, a utility coin that doesn't pump nor dump, but just kind of rides the
It's
wave,
the
right?
power of not panicking at the bottoms, man. You know what I mean? You're already low on alts. There is a rally expected. Eventually, things don't just go down, right? It's like the power of selling green candles instead of red ones. But the patience that it takes to do that is not easy sometimes, bro. Especially with the dip that we had here, where we haven't had any meaningful sort of relief for a while. I can guarantee you plenty of people capitulated out of alts without waiting for the pop back up. Sure.
But I mean, like, so the 10th was for me was a 20% dump on my coins specifically, and just sitting in a coin since Friday recovered almost half of that. It just as a reflective point. No, I don't care, man. I'm not gonna be talked down that 8% is not good in a market like this. There's not an argument that you can tell me that 8% ain't good. So yeah, I'll keep my 8.
We'll be right back. Give me a second.
I didn't say it's good. I said good in this market. Well, you can take your loss. You can take your 8% loss, share it with us.
I don't take 8% losses. I don't take 20% losses when it goes down. Like I said, I just buy more.
Yeah,
I just
no,
keep
I
buying
get you.
cheaper. What it's really doing is lowering my average because a long time ago when I kept buying them higher, I was happy with those low averages, I thought. So as I keep scooping up a little here, a little there at all the lowers, I'm really just lowering my average, getting way more coins for cheaper than I was happy to buy them up there. Just makes it sooner for me to be able to get out without having to try and get out in profit. Like I said, I don't sell for a profit, but all I'm doing is truly lowering my averages across all my inventory, all my darn coins. So it
Yep,
makes it easier for me to get back out of water,
yep.
if it makes any sense. Remember when I did it with pump? But I'm way up in the sixes. The thing fell way down, but all the way down. So I thought that was going to fall through there. Sure made a net and take it. When it goes through, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, man, it's been hard grabbing the these little pumps, but it's working. I'm climbing. I'm climbing back up.
But pump jumped back up. The rest of everything still sat underwater. So that's why I just keep a little here, a little there. I don't want to be holding anything through the true bear market. My goodness. Almost to the point
Oh,
of,
I mean, I hear you, dude. I'm scaling out right now as we speak. I scale out and then wait for it to dump again, and then rinse, repeat.
Man, I don't know, man. I'm just saying. I think a lot of people are getting spooky because they're just thinking back of crypto winters and everything. But we have to remember the environment's the same. Like we had a bearish environment then. Right now, maybe the chart, TA and stuff, okay, but the environment, macro environment, what's going on? We're in a very bullish environment.
Hey, you're
Very,
engaging in
very bullish.
propaganda, Drew. Drew, that's propaganda.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, so a lot of people are like, all right, oh, a bear market, bear market, bear market. It's like, doesn't it need a a bearish environment really to thrive. So if there is going to be a bear market, I don't think it's going to thrive in this kind of environment that a bear market would happen in. It's going to be like very, very weak because we're in a bullish environment. Yeah, people on the timeline on Twitter are shitting their pants because most of them are inexperienced traders, but the big boys are still buying. They're not crying. You know, look at Jack Dorsey. He just bought another 900 a few days ago, 900 Bitcoin. Like, people don't care. So it's just, I don't know if we're going to get that expected kind of extended crypto winter bear market, you know. Like, I think, you know, it'll be a little quickie and keep it moving these next 2 years.
Have you looked at the SPY chart?
Nope.
Ah, well, I mean, you're right. It could continue, but you know, I think it's been a very good year,
I'm not talking about
2025. So
legacy. I'm talking about crypto.
right, but without them pumping, it's kind of unlikely
I don't
we
think we need them.
reverse.
But
And I think that's the best argument for skipping a cycle. Right? If legacy continues to pump, then yeah, Bitcoin might, you know, just well, we might
well,
just have seen the bear market,
even
right?
if, yeah, even if we don't continue to pump, you know, let's say 88 areas, 85 area holds, and we start ranging between 85 and 100 now. I think that, you know, of course, people are going to, it's going to be so stressful. It's going to be painful for a lot of traders to hang out under 100K and range between 85 and 100K. That's going to be the most difficult zone. And I think that's why Bitcoin's going to get comfortable there because it's going to be very difficult for people to trade that. And in the meantime, some of these alts, I think, are going to be able to run. Bitcoin, everyone's going to be saying it's like super bear market because Bitcoin might struggle to get back over 100 right now for the end of November. But I just think, all right, December, everyone's not focused too much, things like that. End of the year, there's going to be some surprises. I think some bullish surprises to wrap up this year positively for, like, you know, at least some of the companies that like have their books really low. I think they're going to be pulling as many strings as they can to make sure they get out on top. But, you know, I just think the main scheme is that there is no, you know, Gary Gensler. There is no, you know, super anti-crypto administration that's running the country right now. We got the super bullish administration in place right now. So it's just, the bear market's not going to be as bad, I think. And that's why I decided I'm not even going to try to
Wow.
scalp it. I'm just going to continue. I'm going to hold my coins and I'm just going to keep on buying dips, you know, DCAing hopefully once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks, but that's kind of how I want to space them out and just, you know, be patient with my dry powder that I do have. And every time I generate extra dry powder, just to kind of wait for the RSI to be nice and low and just keep on buying.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
doing.
our job
We're
is
in
to
the
have
same boat.
money. Our job is to still have some money for when Powell announces QE. Because he will one day, and if he times it right, it's going to be in roughly a year, maybe even two. But who knows? Maybe it'll be much quicker than that, especially if someone replaces him. Then or if we, you know, if it would be a good thing to go into a bear market, right? Because it would force Powell to cut rates and to start doing QE, right? If something really bad happens, if SPY is down 30%, if crypto's down 50%, trying to be very conservative here, then yeah, well, people will buy just because it dips, right?
Don't trip, buy the dip.
Well, a year. You want to keep the predictability of the cycles, right? So breaking it isn't really that cool. Right? But having a new all-time high to trap some longs and then start to bear would be a very nice trick. That's not likely to happen, but some of us need it, you know. It's better to have a bullish talk after a 36% pullback than to have them 2 months ago, right?
Yeah, I mean, probability is that, I mean, every day that, you know, we were at the top, every day that you get further away from the Pico top, the higher the probability grows that you're going to do a reversal.
And the more closer you get to a low point in the chart, yeah. Unless Bitcoin goes to 0, that's kind of true.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some interesting stuff when the stablecoin era, which is starting, really like gets its thing set up. I think, you know, it sounds strange, but it's going to be the stablecoins. It's going to be competition for Bitcoin.
Stablecoin is a competition for Bitcoin.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
AI.
thinking,
AI. That AI hype took a lot of traders out from crypto to legacy.
like, think about it. You know, if a lot of new protocols come out that give some nice interest-bearing yield, and after all of the wreckage, you know, and I think a lot of institutions might rather have security of sitting inside a stablecoin that spits out some kind of interest. You know, that's, I think, where they're going to put more of their weight rather than speculative assets.
Possibly. So inflation would fuel crypto's growth, right? Because you know, the way it works is you give your money to the government, they invest it, and they give you back more money by printing new money, right? Now, if that if that increase of money, not value, money, um, funnels into crypto, it could explain the yields, like where the money from the yields is gonna come from. So basically from the government printing would be the answer. And then you would get a 3% return per year on crypto currently. It's not enough, right? You just need new people to buy Bitcoin for it to go up. Same for stocks. And those who bought already not to sell. And here we saw old wallets sell, right? That's how they explain the stamp in the news, at least. They're like, oh, PayPal guy sold his Bitcoin.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to play this is how I'm playing it. The next 2 years, there is no bear market.
Dude, you may be right. Like the cycle may be not that the cycle is broken, but there will be no way to confirm that the cycle is really broken, and it just keeps, pumping and dumping sideways for a long time.
Well, what's tough with calling a bear market too, it's usually you look back, it's like it takes 6 months to look back and be like, okay, now I know we're in a bear market. You know, you can't get that. It's very lagging once you figure it out.
No. Losing the daily 200 is your first sign. Like
Yeah, it's a first
it
sign,
happens during a bull run.
but you
But
can
if
lose
you
the
know,
but you can lose the dailies. There's so many and still reverse from that. You know.
yeah, you can. So that's why Dbloc waits 2 weeks or to confirm to be more short heavy than long heavy. It's to try to not get faked out too much. But
Oh yeah, if you're fading with it, you know your chances, your probability. Yeah.
on charts like SPY, you buy below the daily. You don't even wait for the weekly. Since 2008, at least, that would have been a good strategy. Yeah, you don't even wait for the weekly. But on Bitcoin, Yeah, we wait for the weekly.
I'll be right back.
So we we took out 88k, really? Interesting. For me to to be really bullish again, I need a sign of strength. Really, that's what would have saved me from, you know, trying to catch it too early, and it's still true here. And you know, we have a pump on a Sunday evening. It needs us to reclaim levels for it to be strong, and then on the next dip, yeah, I might be interested. Right now, it's more about catching shorts actually. I'll pass though. I'll wait for market to open tomorrow evening and all, but oh, we had some support zone at 89.2, 89.3. We broke below it, and now we're getting almost there. Not quite, but almost in that previous support, potentially becoming resistance. So there's no topping pattern here on like a 15-minute, right? But if we put a topping pattern, like break this parallel channel, you know, to the downside, maybe just fake it out at least. I don't know. And then come back up again, and then again fake out upward. Maybe could be a short entry. Yeah. Time-wise, I'm thinking more like tomorrow. And you know, to maintain this a lower high, well, you can't pump too much more, right? Looking at the CME chart is really interesting right now. To just ignore weekend price action to see if the strength of the down move is fading or not. Like right now, when we look at our charts, we're like, oh well, bears are giving up some room and all. But when you look at the CME chart, well, Bitcoin closed Friday, right, and you don't have this today price action, so. We'll see. There's a lot to catch up to. They'll probably buy too, right? If people bought this weekend, then why wouldn't Wall Street buy too? And maybe they'll just be like, okay, cool, let's TP immediately. And they sold, or they bought, no, they bought at the close, right? Yeah, they had started buying on Friday. With Legacy pumping 1%. Complete inverse correlation on the 15-minute with Legacy. Like, by going down the last 2 hours of session, Bitcoin going up. I don't see any big orders left at 88. Looks like they canceled it to let price pump up again, and maybe they'll slowly distribute their Bitcoin at 88. Yeah, but it's free to go. If people press buy, it should pump. Then the next sell wall is like 89. And for support, there's absolutely nothing before 85. And even 85 is like small wall. Most of the buys are between 82 and 83, which is good, correct? Because it's higher than the lows. Like in case of a sell-off, I don't think you're going straight for a low though. It'll bounce from a higher low around 82, 83K.
Well, I'm hitting my logarithmic TP for link for now, man. I'm just gonna scale out and wait for another dumpy dump. If it doesn't, then great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave I think I'm gonna leave 25% in and then try to protect it a little bit. But dude, I'm so stoked. This was like a nice little fun up strategery for a couple of days of no effort.
You guys do some shopping for guys and girls for Black Friday?
What you mean, like setting up to buy on Black Friday or pre-Black Friday?
It was this Friday in France. Oh,
Oh,
it's not. Oh, okay. I guess. All right. I guess
yeah,
it's next Friday.
ours is the
Never mind.
day after Thanksgiving. Or every year they front run it, right? So it keeps getting pushed further and further back with deals and stuff. But dude, it's so crazy because people will claim that these things are Black Friday prices, and if you just do the research, you find out that you can get it somewhere else, or you've been able to get it somewhere else, or locally for the same price, if not less than a Black Friday price. So the people that don't do their due diligence they think they're getting deals when they're really not.
Yeah, it's true on a lot of brands, but some brands only do discounts once per year, and sometimes it's now because they're gonna get the new. The reason for it's a logistic problem, right? And so what they do, I think, is they stockpile early on for Christmas because they do sell more than usual in Christmas. But what they stockpiled is the old models, right? And then in January you get the new releases, like whether it's TVs or whether it's like a lot of electronic stuff is like that. And so
Well,
they
I,
stockpile. So it's not a real discount because they stockpiled waiting
I
to
mean, it
sell, right?
depends. Like if you are surgically, you know what you're looking for, and other people don't know. And here's an example. So like last 2 years ago, I bought a previous year's model of TV that was really expensive at the time that it was released, but it was 50% off on Black Friday, but the newer model was actually worse. So everybody in my circle was trying to get the older model
Oh,
because it
okay.
had features on it that were better than the newer, because the newer model was built during COVID and they like used some cheap crap, but because it had a couple extra features that the previous year didn't, they sold it for a lot more. So you just really got to know what you're looking for. You have to do spec comparison. You got to do a lot of stuff. You can't just like willy-nilly like just shoot from the hip and think that you're getting a great deal. You got to do work.
But TVs, you don't get a good deal like for I don't think you get a good deal on TVs at Black Friday because the new models are released they showed up at CES in January, right? So in January we'll have CES and they'll show up the new models that will slowly be released at the beginning of 2026, right? By the time they hit the shops, you're already in April, May. Now, if in April that shop has the new model, but he happens to have stocked a bit too much the old one, and he's got a few left that he needs to sell, he'll do like 50% discount on it. So you're gonna get a much better deal than at Black Friday if you wait till like April, May. But you do go into the risk of not finding it in your store, right? Because
Yep.
he
Yep.
might
You
just
just
not have it too, right? And the new model might actually be better than the old one, so you might just want to buy the new and wait, or
in most cases it is
1 year.
better, but the
Yeah.
way technology has been lately, with jumping around with new features, new chips, et cetera, there are cases where older is better. And like uh, I bought um, um, a family member a newer model of the one I have, and it's got serious Wi-Fi issues. But yet mine doesn't have Wi-Fi issues.
Yeah, but that's just a firmware update they need to do, no?
No, they literally used a different Wi-Fi chip, a cheaper Wi-Fi chip, and that
Oh.
Wi-Fi chip is crap. This is just an example, right? You can go into other areas and pull up the same thing, but you're right. I mean, most of the time a newer model is better, but there's cases if you're like a nerd, like an audiophile, or um, you know, you like, or a
Yeah,
video
yeah.
file person. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes older
Well, it's
projectors are better.
it's really logistics behind it, right? Like the stockpiling, and you get discounts when they really need to sell at the price they bought. That's when you get the best discounts. And Black Friday, they cheat a bit because they stockpile in advance because they know they're gonna sell more than usual because it's Christmas spending in Western countries, right? So they buy in advance, so it's not real discount, right? like because
Yep.
they stockpiled to sell because they yeah. But it's a bit like the crypto cycle, right? Because you know it's gonna go up after halving. You buy in advance, you stockpile, and yeah.
Where you get really good deals, I find, and I track this, is buying a bulk. So like I buy a bunch of robotic stuff from Alibaba and some other Chinese sites like Banggood, et cetera, et cetera. And I can't get those prices throughout the year. And then they respect our Black Friday, even though they're Asian stores, and you can stock up and like buy 20 chips for 50% in lot, but you have to buy, you know, like 10 or above. And dude, I always restock all my robotics parts like around that time.
All right, Trump, my dear president, we are at resistance. No, this would be a good time to give us a pump and dump fake stuff, fake news stuff, please. Good time for some fake news here.
It wouldn't surprise me, man, if he said something on a Sunday afternoon.
But the timing would be good. He needs to wait 2 more minutes. No, it's not really resistance anyway.
Oh, by the way, you can use Grok, and there's an extension to Grok that helps you get through Black Friday and tells you what's actually a scam or like not a deal versus what is a deal. So using AI during Black Friday is a thing now to help you not, you know,
Yeah.
I bet you the retailers hate that too.
Doesn't work good in France because I wanted to buy something and it told me it's around 100 euros. Then I look at the shops around me, it's more like 300. I'm like, you sure about your prices? Aren't they like 2 years old? You know? And then he's like, yeah, no, I'll check. Oh, you're right. Cool. Just made me lose time. AI is cool. It accelerates stuff, but it also makes you lose time.
Well, you just gotta know how to use it. And I'm not saying you're using it wrong. I'm just saying like it's a different experience for different people.
Once SPY loses 6,500, it's gonna be cool to fed AI. And you know, we're reacting now. We're still holding support and all, but if it loses that, yeah, it's gonna be cool to fed AI. Welcome back, Wall Street. What will you bring us?
Gap up.
Yeah.
What the hell's Dom doing right now? What is that?
Yeah, it's
I
going up. Yeah, but that's good, right? Because you have Bitcoin upward. So money.
I opened up with a gap up.
I know, but
66.56.
it just broke a like a local downtrend. That
Yeah. But it's Friday. It's Sunday night, right? People played alts during the weekend. Now they TP them to go back into Bitcoin. Makes sense. You expected alts to pump more than Bitcoin during the weekend, and I mean some of them did, right? Overall dominance went down this weekend. No? Actually, no, not really. No. Well, now that it popped up, I guess. You know. But on Friday, it was lower than currently. But it was higher than where this candle started going up from. So Yes, also gapped up, right?
Yeah, it's up 0.6%.
No, but seriously, that's a pretty big gap for. Do they look at Bitcoin? Like people look at Bitcoin and then they put in orders on legacy because Bitcoin went up. They put in orders before it opens. So that's why it opens higher. So 85 on Bitcoin, 6,630 on ES. Oops, sell walls appearing, but it's reacting. It's at 88,300. Take a short, put a sell wall, TP your short, cancel your sell wall. Mm. There's 87 is a buy now. So someone is trying to fight the one who the ones who take the short. But he's not gonna be strong enough, in my opinion. But we'll see. Interesting stuff going on. Mind games and all. So yeah, we have a bit of a buy wall at 87. I'd be scared if I was the big shorter here, because like damn, I'm having competition. No, he wants to screw my plan. So what I'd like to see is the short to close and the sell ball to disappear. That would mean the bull down there carried the bear. Oh, we could do the opposite too. The bull could TP and cancel his buy wall. But oddly, price is exactly in the middle between the bull and the bear. So let's play ping pong.
What's good, gang? Just finished eating. About to go to the gym in a second. CME opened. Obviously. Alright, let's make short work of this shit. Close CME, get that retest. It wasn't a signal, Tim. It's just usually what happens. Pumping into CME open is always tricky. With the amount of liquidations there, it's a decent chance. I'm looking for a daily open psychological low. To the minute. Super chat.
I hit my
Nice,
TP
Mozzie.
thanks
Good
to
plays.
umbrella.
Good trades, y'all. Psych ranges are calculated every Saturday from 5 until 3 o'clock in the morning. So it's basically the high and the low between that range. Remember when we were back here and we were starting to put in the psychological ranges, and I said market maker is going to try to bring that CME within the ranges. So if they're unable to close, they can use that mean reversion to get that CME closed if price gets away. Dom is coming down with Bitcoin, which is good for any alt positions that you guys might still be holding. I was a little worried that it would continue to pump up as we got this retrace. $8,525. Let me check. Yeah, give or take. Might be a little bit different on futures. If Zach loses his 50 on the hourly, we can come all the way down to 518 again. Gold, what's gold doing? Hmm. All right. It still has a lot to prove here. First and foremost, I need to see it start to get above that 50 on the 4-hour. Get above that 50 on the 4-hour, you could have a good higher low fractal here. Hold. But you need to get above that 50. Else you're just going to roll over and you're going to lose that uptrend. But decent. Decent. Wouldn't say there's a massive hurry, but something to watch. Again, needs to break that 50. If we can't get above that high volume node, it's going to roll over down into this gap. And silver should be looking pretty similar to that. Yeah, already sort of tried to break its uptrend. Hasn't put in its higher low. Still needs to build structure. Couple steps behind gold. Don't let the completion of the 4-year cycle shake your conviction in what Bitcoin means. I mean, to each his own, right? But if you believed in Bitcoin when it was pumping, don't let the bear market trick you into thinking it's dead. If you never believed in Bitcoin, then this is just justification, right? People will just take it as justification. Nah, I haven't pulled anything, Sersky. I took profits, regular profits off the scalp going into CME, but I haven't yeeted all my bags or anything. I'm still long for the most part. Y'all are tripping in the chat. I had a few, yes. I'm just waiting for that pre-workout to hit, man. I'm about to go to the gym. I gotta get it in. I've been going too hard on Uber Eats lately. My go-to meal, steak and potatoes or something. Nah, in the beginning you gotta force yourself, but after a while your body craves that shit. I enjoy going to the gym. Going to the gym, it helps you work through shit too. Right? Come out of the gym with way less stress, less anxiety. Everything's pumping. Where we're at with the yen is screwed unless something happens. I mean, not screwed, right? Because look, once we decide that we're gonna de-risk for the bear, right? And all the last metrics that you can hold on to are gone. You want these things to happen, right? The yen carry trade doesn't become scary anymore. The yen carry trade becomes what's probably going to get you the best entries, you know, of the next 10 years. But it could get bad. Worst case scenario, we don't cut and Japan raises. That's the worst case scenario. Nah, working out for me is mandatory, bro. It's a pressure relief valve. It'll affect everything, Dylan. It'll affect everything. Because if the yen carry trade starts to unwind, then people have to start worrying about paying back their loans, which means they've got to start selling assets to make sure that they have enough to cover. You're talking about borrowing at 0 and then having it move up. You know, even if it moves up to 2%, people that are borrowing billions of dollars, that's a lot, bro. We saw what happened last time. Last time we went from 74 to 49, it was fears of the carry trade unwinding. But we can't get in front of that. We got to see what the Bank of Japan says. Yeah, I've always been Team Jasmine, bro. Team Jasmine's always been. I mean, Jasmine's always been super interesting. I'm a little biased though because I killed it during 2021, 2020 on Jasmine. And then I killed it again during this bull market. So that shit is definitely cemented a place. Shit moves quiet, bro. Jasmine just does its thing and then chills. That shit had a, what, 17x? 17 to like a 19x on Jasmine. I only pulled 17, but I think it did like 19x on the bottoms. During this bull market, which is crazy. Yeah, they call. Funny thing is they call it the Japanese Bitcoin, which is the dumbest name ever. But because of that, Jasmine gained a little bit of like meme status for a while, where people were trading it as a meme, didn't even know what the project was about or anything. What's always interested me is that their board is made up of old Sony guard. So with Sony and their Internet of Things products and the data lockers on Jasmine, it just seemed like a perfect fit, right? It seemed like almost like it was being incubated to be used. So that's always been my bet. They're community tokens, Thursky. Identity tokens, community tokens. When you think about memes, think about it's monetizing cultural relevance, right? So depending on its cultural relevance, either now or before, if it was an old meme, new meme, if it was the first meme, whatever the meme factor of it is, that's what people buy into, right? That's what the whole meme craze was about. This is our weekly close candle. Yeah, I never saw it as a meme either. But it's funny because it's even listed as a meme on CoinMarketCap. The reason that it has that meme feel is because, like I said, they used to call it the Japanese Bitcoin, and that itself became sort of memeified. Yo, you know what would be funny as shit? If low key behind the scenes, Peter Schiff finally got convinced about Bitcoin and bought Bitcoin, sold his gold for Bitcoin and missed the gold pump. That shit would have been funny. Talk about emotional damage. Bro, for like 2 years to research Jasmine, you needed like Google Translate, bro. You'd have to take the white paper, all the minutes from the meetings and all that shit, go to Google Translate, try to figure out what the hell they were talking about. We hit our second bearish trigger that weekly close.
Pulled the trigger on my big bags today. Thanks
Super
for the
chat.
guidance. Gotta learn how to make winning trades in the bear market now. Thanks
Well
VBA
done,
team
brother.
for creating such a great community. Pirate flag emoji.
Yeah, for sure. We're not going nowhere. We're gonna work this thing all the way.
Yo, man, everyone's bugging on Twitter because Elon put on location. So anybody, I guess, that has the blue check, their location is doxed, at least by country, not by state.
Instagram did the same thing the other day, man.
It's
Yeah.
bugging right now.
Hey, that shit is dangerous.
Yo, 80% of these meme coins got devs in India and everyone's bugging right now.
That shit is dangerous,
Nothing
bro.
against India. I love my Indian peoples, but I don't know why everyone's fighting India right now. They're like, yo, this account's from India. Yo, and the Department of Homeland Security, get this, their location was Israel. Spooky.
That shit is sketchy, bro. A lot of people talk a lot of shit on Instagram and on socials. It's pretty important to know when all of a sudden your location is on it. Instagram was crazy. Instagram had your little face on a map.
I didn't know they did that on Instagram. I haven't been on
Yeah,
IG
and
for
you
a
had
while.
to opt out of it, but it defaulted as soon as they did the update, it defaulted to on.
Oh, wow.
Snap is also one for that, yeah. Snap is a problem when it comes to that too. Words don't have consequences until that location gets turned on.
There's a lot of hype on this monad. Solana's pushing the hell out of it too, which is weird because it's its own mainnet, you know. So I'm like, what do they got going on with Solana? Yeah, I got myself a little pre-sale on Coinbase. I was like, let me just try because I never tried a pre-sale.
Was it a what was the allocation? Because I know they only let you get so much, right?
I didn't even look up. I didn't even get that much, but it's probably like 20% or 10% allowed for pre-sale or something like that.
Yeah. Come on, market maker, just rip it, bro. You're not fooling anybody. Just wasting time.
Market maker's like, yo, it's Sunday. I'm chilling. And a lot of these like political key opinion leaders, like these political KOLs too. And it's like now they're getting docs that they're not even from the US and they're like causing all this beef and drama between like making Americans fight amongst themselves. And people are like, yo, hold
How
up.
accurate is it if you're on? What if you're on VPN? Like, what if
I
you
don't know. I mean,
VPN to all your
once
socials?
I think once you get the blue check though, it's like where did you pay from, I guess, or like
Mm,
I don't even know if you could VPN when you pay.
for sure.
Do they allow that? I don't even know.
I mean, I'm always on VPN. Like, I'm in Canada right now. Starting to feel that pre-workout.
Damn, Richard Hart blocked me. Pulled his card a little bit too. He was crying about that. His account says he's based in East Asia and the Pacific. He's soft. I think I know him. He's from Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's a small city. I used to hang out in Pittsburgh a lot.
I haven't looked at Ton Rocky. I'll take a look at it though as soon as we drop here. But I haven't seen any news on Ton today. Get back from the gym. I'm gonna do a little bit of research. Yeah, this is ugly. M pattern was the end of the fun there. Got an order block down around 115 to 130 ish. But that doesn't look good.
What's that? What's that you're looking at? Oh, Tony. Yeah.
Richard's son and them. I mean, Justin's son and them.
Wait, that's Tron, Justin's son.
Tron, yeah, Tron.
I thought you said Ton.
Oh, did I look at Tron or did I look at Ton? I looked at Ton. What a dummy. You're right. It's Tron that you asked about. The YouTube question was about Tron, right? Oh, no, it was about Ton. Okay. All right, so I looked at the right thing. Yeah. I mean, Ton had a big move during the little gaming phase, right? When Telegram had all those tap games, Hamster Combat and all that shit. But it's been pretty bad since then. Just crazy because if you were gonna onboard retail, this is where you would really get a big, like, everybody's got Telegram on their wallets, on their phones for the most part around the world. And if you're not in the US, that gives you an automatic wallet. So the failure of that, I don't know, bro. Things went bad when they locked his ass up. Remember when he landed in France?
They didn't lock him up though.
Nah, they
tried to.
They
wanted to.
They stopped his movements temporarily.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, Macron wants to meet with you. As soon as he landed, they're like, come with us, dummy.
But he's on some bullshit, that dude, anyways.
I think it's cool that he didn't want to give them what they wanted, though. At least made an effort.
He probably
But
did,
these countries aren't gonna let you. Just get that big without getting some info.
Yeah, now he's feeding it to Candace Owens. She's saying she's gonna get assassinated. Like she got some proof and stuff. I was looking into it, man. It's like if you had this kind of proof, you would have put the receipts out there. You would have called the FBI.
Delusions of grandeur, bro.
Yeah, and I'm just like watching this theater. I'm like, yo, these guys are clickbaiting that bad, and it's working, and they're getting paid on Twitter just to like say anything. And even that Pavel Durov dude, he knows like he's got to get like his name out there, so he'll be like part of any conversation. He'll say anything. It's like dude's on some weird shit.
That's why you always hear the meme where people are on talking and they're like, by the way, I'm not suicidal. I'm happy with my life. I'm not going to kill myself.
I mean, it's crazy. There's crazy people out there like that happened. That Kirk situation and all that. But just because I don't want to get into it, whatever.
I said it's delusions of grandeur, bro.
Exactly.
Nobody's looking for you.
She was hanging with Kanye a little bit too long.
Got a homeboy always wants to talk to me in code on the phone. It's like, bro.
My nephew's like, yeah, my nephew's like that. I'm like, yeah, you're good, man. Stop it, you're good. No, now they on me.
Like, nah, they always listen. I'm like, yeah, I hear you. I hear you, gangster. All right. I'll be back. Psychological low is what I'm looking for. CME closes at 85. There's plenty of liquidity there. I don't see them not sweeping down to psychological low if they go that low. If you're a bull holding this uptrend, in my opinion, is your last sort of hope. You come down into this vector gap, it's probably going to be pretty swift. I mean, into this volume gap, sorry. Probably going to be a pretty swift move. Target is CME for market maker motivation. Only market maker motivation underneath CME is psychological low. Set this up and go get these gains.
The ravens are in the nest. The ravens.
Ravens.
I know it's just funny because Dbloc says my friend wants to speak to me in code, and it's funny because that DiCaprio movie that's on Netflix, that the whole show was hilarious with all the like the code speak.
All right, I'll be back, fam.
I
Trade safe.
recommend watch later, man.
What was the name? What's the name of the movie?
Oh man, I just watched it. It's like they're hold on.
But yo, Dillian Jones, I'm just saying, like, she don't got receipts, man. She's just saying some guys in some restaurant in France talked about it, and someone told her, someone with high, credentials, and it's like, nah, she don't got no receipts, dog.
Yeah, one battle after another. Sorry, I had to look it up. He's freaking hilarious, dude. Like it is. I didn't expect it to be so funny, and I don't even know if it was supposed to be funny. But dude, I was crying watching DiCaprio trying to, like, not trying. He's such a great actor, but geez, dude, the shit was funny.
I'll be right back.
Damn, that's a lot of 100Xs under us.